Oh. I forgot. Hold on. I have to grab something else. Move things. Water. My ear. Okay, I'm here. Let's get it! Hello! Hello! Hello, and how are you doing? Hello, 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 hello. Are the pads not working still on this screen only? Yes! It's not done yet, and that's the crazy part. But we're purple! I told you guys I was doing it. I have one more layer to put over it to get some of the orange out, but... But hi, Chris! Hi, Carlos. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the ban. I don't know what's going on. But I'm here, and I'm so excited for today's stream because we are going to be doing some really fun things. Today's stream is brought to you by Capcom. Today we're going to be playing some Apollo Justice, the Phoenix Wright trilogy, and I'm super excited about it. I'm a fan of the Phoenix Wright games, and we are getting to play Apollo Justice. Super big thank you to Capcom for the key and allowing us to play. I'm so excited. I love Phoenix Wright. Has like such a banger soundtrack, and I'm ready to be blown away once again. I'm being told how great the Apollo Justice series is, so we are doing that. Hi Sam, hello. I'm trying to figure out why the music keeps turning itself up. We get to yell objection? Yes. And yes, my internet's been treating me really well, so it's been nice. I've been able to stream a little bit more consistently, so we're here. We are still going to be playing A Space for the Unbound this week as well, because I want to go be able to finish it out. So our 3 game rotations right now will be Apollo Justice, Cult of the Lamb for our chill nice days, and then A Space for the Unbound until we complete it, which we're almost done. We are almost done, which is really exciting. And then I do have some announcements. Are you the problem? It seems like every time I touch my headset. I don't know. That's weird. What made you want to dye your hair specifically purple? I just think I look nice in purple. I'm gonna be real. That's my only reason. I'm not done dyeing my hair yet. I have one more layer to put over it. So my hair will be more of a bluey purple rather than a reddy purple. So right now it's super red. If you could tell, like right here, and it'll be a more bluish purple because that's the color I'm going for, more of a like GameCube purple. I say that as if it's gonna be GameCube purple, but now I'm going for more of a GameCube purple. So we will see how that goes. Reminiscing on the rainbow tea days. I used to dye my hair a lot. And I mean like all the time. It seemed like every week I was dyeing my hair. And I miss those days in a way because I really like having colored hair. But at the same time, because I've been growing out my hair in a bun here, I haven't been dyeing my hair as often because I want it to grow to a really long length. And it's working. But I think because I cut my bangs as often, I don't mind dyeing my bangs. So we're here. Damn. Hi Ash. Hello. I know I got the shirt. Oh my god, it was such a good show. The near concert turned out to be like one of the most incredible experiences. I got to see Yoko Taro in the flesh, which I was like in shambles because I love this man and anything he creates. I swear, like his works have really just been, and the lore they put into the show. I can't wait to talk about it because I'm gonna try to get it all together. But man. Hi Haseo. Hello. But like I said, I'm going to be dyeing this again. It's going to be kind of like it's going to be a more indigo, not maybe indigo. Yeah, a more bluish purple. So, but like I said, if you're just now getting in, we are playing a game lovingly and brought to you by Capcom. Thank you again for the code. We're going to be playing some Apollo Justice today. And as far as it's because I smacked it. Anywho, what I was saying is that from announcements, if you guys haven't seen on Twitch, from Twitch is that they had no. I'm telling you, it wouldn't be a B stream if I wasn't fumbling the bag at least once, okay? At least once. We're gonna be able to have new emotes because they gave us so many new slots. So we did get a new emote. And I say we as if I didn't just make this, but we have a new emote here. I'm gonna be making plenty more, so just keep an eye out for that. Hi Common, hi Sky, welcome in. Hello. How are you guys doing? I hope you guys enjoy. Oh my gosh. I'm fumbling once again. Let me turn on the thing. You guys are going to be able to redeem the cup of tea again. I forgot to open up the thing every single time. Give me 1 second. No, I'm telling you, I was so prepared for today and suddenly I'm not prepared. Everybody's going to be able to redeem their tea again. Don't worry. I'll let you guys redeem it twice. All right. Y'all are going to get your daily cup of teas. I just keep forgetting to because it's a separate bot. I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead and redeem your cup of tea. It should let you do it now. My thirsty sister, please. There you go. Also, comment since you are redeeming your first cup of tea, just letting you know that your first cup of tea is empty. You get a cup. That's why it says 0. So consider it a cup that hasn't been graced with the tea yet, but the next time you will get your cup. Your cup of tea is redeemed through the channel points. So whenever you do it, it only costs 1 little channel point, and you guys can collect your cups of tea. I try to limit this to once a day. It's supposed to be like a little daily thing. So yes, we have new emotes. Secondly, if you guys haven't seen, I did announce it in the Discord and I did announce it on Twitter, but my YouTube, I am uploading videos on YouTube now. Yes. I did see your comment, Sam. I am uploading. I actually uploaded at midnight because I scheduled it, but I didn't think I scheduled it for midnight. I thought I scheduled it for midday. But there is a new YouTube video out, and I am working on some new things, so the videos will get better over time, I promise. But it's just me holding myself accountable. Holding myself accountable, so but just know that there's gonna be some more YouTube videos coming. There will be lore videos, there will be collection walkthroughs, there will be recommendations and overviews, and so much more. So that'll be coming, including shortened versions of the VODs for gameplay. So excuse me. What else do I have? Because I worked on a lot. It's good. I missed some funny moments in the first half. I'm glad you like it. Okay, let me tell you how editing went. Editing was so bad for me because I don't think I've edited a long form video like at all. The cutting was easy. The cutting was the easy part. Excuse me. But the other parts were so difficult that at some point I was like, I will try this again later, but I'm going to upload what I have because I need to remind myself that if I put out a part 1, I will have to put out a part 2. And if I put out a part 2, and like that means I'll have to work on it, which means I have to improve. Yeah, it's a little hard. I'm really considering just paying somebody to edit for me, but just know that more stuff is coming out. So that'll be good. That'll be good. And I don't want them to be like crazy edited. It just needs to be slightly edited. But the quality will get better, I promise, okay? I promise. I don't want to do YouTube shorts. That's my thing, is I do want to do long form videos. It's the idea of editing for me. Because all of my short videos are getting longer and longer. And I mean by longer is I've had to shorten my videos down on things like TikTok, which I released a new TikTok video today, guys. We're talking about Age of Darkness. But my videos are getting to be like 5 minutes long, 5-10 minutes long. And I'm like, I gotta do 60 seconds or bust. Otherwise, I'm just gonna release YouTube videos. And so that's basically why I'm releasing videos now. It's because I'm struggle busing. I'm struggle busing to make short videos. All I do is talk, guys. All I do is talk. This is why I stream. So that'll be a thing. Cross promo. I will be doing both. I am gonna still upload my stuff to YouTube. Shorts. Maybe. I'm mostly like cross promoting my my TikToks right now onto my Instagram, which has been working out for me, guys. Before I forget, because I want to talk about this. So, like I said, I think a week ago, we were talking about how I'm going to be selling my crochet stuff, and I will be selling my crochet stuff here soon. My first one is actually going to be going up for sale here, and if you guys are Stardew Valley fans and you guys remember this is my Star Drop pillow that I had made, and I love this thing. This thing is soft. This thing is squished. It's pretty thickums. I am selling it. I made a second one, as you can see back here. I finished it, but I'll be selling this bad boy. He's so vibrant. He's so pretty. I love it so much. But I am going to be selling it here soon. If you guys do want to put a claim on it first, DM me. I will. It will be sold to the first person. Otherwise, I will be putting it up on my coffee. So if you see it go up here soon, just know he's soft. He's made of it's made of plush. It's very good if you have like earrings, because it fits right on your ear. Look at that. Look how good that is. I can have headphones in, right? Lay down. The headphones aren't falling out my ear and are not getting squished because of how perfectly round this hole is. But yeah, this will be my first going up for sale one. So, and then I am working on some other ones as well. So it'll be really fun. Oh, how I plug my TikTok on my streams? Yes, he sold me on the pillow. I was selling myself on the pillow because I had to make me a second one because I really love how because I wear earrings and I wear a lot of headphones and stuff like that, and I like laying on my side. When I made this and I laid on it for the first time, I realized that my ear just fit. And then I got some pretty large listeners, you know? And so when it fit inside, I was like, oh, this is perfect for me. And then it's because it's a star drop too as well. So he will be available soon. What earphones do you got? I have some IMEI headphones that I used. They are ZSTXs. And they're really cheap on Amazon. They're only like $23. So yeah. Are you gonna react to the Sony State of Play in a couple days? I don't know if I'll be reacting to it. But I will be talking about it. I definitely will have things to talk about. And it gets better. The time it took me to get good, I'll say, is 1 or 2 years. I feel like I'm really a good editor, but to be honest, it could take a couple of months for someone, so keep trying. Like I said, I don't want really like any super crazy advanced edits. A lot of my stuff I would prefer to actually keep it a little bit simple. But you know, I would like to have the skill set. So it will take a lot of practice, but I'm willing to learn on top of everything else I'm learning. So it'll be really good. What do you use to edit? I use DaVinci Resolve. It's free, so it's really easy to kind of navigate too. I didn't have any problems with it my first time using it, so that's been really good. Also, I don't know if you guys can see back here, but I have another fat chocobo being made in the process, and he's even bigger than the one right here, which is really great. Other things. I think I did a lot this week. And I mean, I did a lot this week. But if you guys want to check out all of the new stuff, everything is now linked in my socials. So you guys don't have to go searching for it. You guys can, everything's actually just in my beacons now. Because I remembered. And if you guys want to check out my newest TikTok, I am talking about a new RTS game, which is also given to me as a code for TikTok reviewing, and it is a RTS, which is a real-time strategy game. It's called Age of Darkness. If you guys want to check that out, I talk a little bit about it, and I will be making a bigger video about it because I have found myself losing time playing the game, and that's a problem. But that'll also be a thing. So yeah, there's a lot going on, and I can't wait to share more with you guys. It's really cool. Thank you guys for supporting me in everything that I do. I also would like to tell you guys that I know I said that I applied for a Capcom creator, and we'll see how that goes. But on top of that, I also applied for Sega as well. So definitely would mean a lot if you guys continue to support me. And hopefully we'll be making big moves. So yeah. I don't know if I'll be able to, but I'll see what I can do. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm shooting my shot left and right. I refuse to not take opportunities this year. And I'm really grateful right now that we are going to be that we are here, and that Capcom has given us an opportunity to play games for them. I have some things that I can't wait to share with you guys next month. And there's going to be so much new stuff. Obligatory Sega. I've been having this like hankering for playing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle over and over and over again, but I think it's because I want to obsessively raise chows again. I want to obsessively raise chows forever. They're my babies. I love the Chow Garden. I think the Chow Garden is so good. don't think I have anything. The only thing is the Chao Garden. Like, I like the levels. I think the levels for Sonic Adventure 2 are really fun. The music is fantastic, and I mean fantastic. But I think also the fact that the just the Chao Garden, like, it's they put some in that gameplay, and they need to bring it back. It even as it's like, it could be its own game with like a side of Sonic. Like, you don't even have to. You don't technically have to put it in there, but if you wanted to, I'm not opposed. I know, I would love that. Tweet. Chua. We're gonna open up Apollo because I started a stream late today, so. But you know what I did do before stream started? I set up the game. So we're already on man, if they put Chao Garden just anything anywhere. Chao Garden can go anywhere, and I put it on Switch, I'm in there. Put it on PC, I'm in there. Even if you put it on PC, I'm in there. Put it on the App Store, I'm in there. Don't worry. Getting it together. Listen. I'm telling you, I'm almost a streamer again. All right, let me move to the gaming stream. I'm glad that Chao Garden is never gonna be a completely set thing. We got Chao Garden. The Chao Garden could be an app and have it connected to whatever Sonic game, and oh my god, literally. Chao Garden with a mobile companion. Okay, I did turn down the volume because I had my speakers on earlier, but I'll turn this up because the music can't be. There we go. Y'all gotta be able to hear the goods. The goods. All right, let's put you guys right here so I can read. But I'm so excited! Ah! Let's do this. So there is 3 games on here. There is Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Then we have Dual Destinies, which the song, the music. And then we have Spirit of Justice. I've never played any of these games, so we are gonna play Apollo Justice because that's where it says spoilers. Hold on, let me get out of here. So we are gonna play Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, and this will be the game that we focus on. We may come back to this after finishing Apollo Justice for the other 2 games, but for now we're solely focusing on this game. If I can stop hitting my mic, that'll be fantastic. Great, even. So if you guys are ready and you guys are with me, we are starting now. Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, new lawyer. Let's go! Not mic abuse. Listen, not the mic abuse. Episode 1. Turnabout Trump. Oh, we're playing cards. Wait a minute. Showdown time. I don't play cards. I don't know who's winning. You lose. Ah! I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Who am I talking? That's not me. Who? April 20th, 9:37 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. He really smacked him. He really smacked him hard. For losing. Why do we gamble and get mad? Panicked. Palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Good morning. Good morning, sir. he kind of nice on the eyes. You look tense, Justice. Wound up. I too am wound up tight. Wound up, sir. No, I'm loose. I'm fine. No, don't look at me. Don't look at me. Oh my gosh. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Oh, he's not coming at me like this. Oh, sir. Christoph? Your first trial and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine! I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine! That explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your speech. Oh, my screech, not my speech. I overdid it again. Stay professional. I can't stay professional. Why is my opposition? Why is my opposing always fine as hell? I remember Miles Edgeworth. I remember the days, okay? And now I have Christoph. Oh, okay. You're right. Stay professional. I'm a lawyer. I put my jacket on. Hold on. Let me put my lawyering jacket on. That's how they get you? They need to not. I could never be in the courtroom. Can't be falling for the rival? Listen, but what if he's spitting? What if he's spitting facts? Facts! I need to know. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. That's crazy. Can you even be in a courtroom as a lawyer with a person that you're kind of friends with? See, he's my attorney. I know I lost. No. I'm a good attorney. Okay, I'll fight. I'll fight head, toes, and nails for you. Okay. Just because my eye candy is on the other side doesn't mean I'll let you go down like this. I will not fold. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. No! Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. I too am all over the drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. Excuse me, sir. I don't think we're supposed to be talking about this. We can't let this case fall through. Yeah, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. My throat a little dry. Oh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But you know what? At least we caught it at the beginning of the stream. Up the beginning of the stream. I'm here. I did it. I'm a real streamer. But hi, Yang. Hello, hello. You've been doing this for how long again? Listen, I took a 7-month break. It's like I'm starting all over. I'm not here. It hasn't been like 4-something years. I'll take my payment. Your payment will be on your way to your casa soon, actually. In cash? Where the cash at? I had cash. Take your cash payment? Take it. Oh, there goes my probiotics. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the clients. My name is Apollo Justice, aka T, aka Apollo. And if it isn't clear already, I am a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, and of course, so do I. Which kind of seems suspicious because I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. He reminds me of somebody and I can't put my finger on it. Whoa! Good morning! Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So you're... Fine! I'm fine! Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I didn't remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. It's fine. No, it is all the way up. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend, so why? You'll see. I don't want to see. I don't want to see it all, and if I get embarrassed in the courtroom, I'm gonna be upset. You can do it. Be confident. I really sorry this happened to you. I mean, it's time, shall we? Yes, sir! If no one to hire you to be a voice actor, I'm gonna hire you for my animation, if that's okay with you. I will, that'd be actually kind of fun. I will do my Biggie best, Sam. Alright, I do a great computer tutorial voice, that's about it. Everything else is half-assed. But no, that'd be really fun. Is that the man? Apollo? Mr. Justice? Yeah. We're here. What do you want for the next Nintendo console? And what do you feel like things they should add? Well, they already added a bigger screen, so I'm already on the up and up and better battery life, so I'm on the up and up part 2. The only thing I would ever ask for is a little bit of a better grip for the Switch. That's it. That's all I really want. Anything else, I'll figure out later. But a better grip on the Switch, because I don't want to have to buy a separate grip for my Switch, is what I want the most. Okay, I need to focus. First trial, here comes justice. Yeah, I want a better built-in grip. April 20th, 10 a.m. District Court Room number 2. The court is now in session. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is, fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. My mind's going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Your name was Mr. Justice? And this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine, really. You're quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your... He is so fine. Yes, Your Honor! Yes, Your Honor! I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Hey, listen, he's on my opposition now. He's on my team. He's on my team. Oh. Is the Steam Deck good with the grip? Yes. Yes. The Steam Deck is really good with the grip. I actually enjoy it. It is a little heavy, but I think that overall, I don't have a problem with it personally. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel? Let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. What is that guy's name from The World Ends With You? That's what he looks like. If like he was older and had some scruff. That's what he reminds me of. I think it's literally the beanie, but... I forget his name. Not Rhyme, but the other one. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Mr. Right like Phoenix Wright? Ah! Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright piano player. Piano player? Were we a lawyer? I have to. I'm about to go back and play all the games. Oh my god. I did. This is my first time. I've only played. Oh my god, no, my god, I have to go back and play the old game. No, because I played the first, I played the old Phoenix Wright games, but I didn't play them all. I'll put my hands up. I didn't play them all. I played, the only one I played all the way through is literally the first Phoenix Wright, and I love that game, and I played the other ones, but not all the way through. So, like, this is my man! If Miles comes back, I'm gonna scream. The third, yeah, I didn't play the third game. There you go. Okay. Because I played one and part, like a very smidgen of the Miles Edgeworth game. But I played through the first game, like, over and over and over and over and over again. Hi, Jelly! Hello! I can't believe my man. Is the trilogy included with, is the trilogy included with the Phoenix Wright trilogy? So not the Apollo Justice trilogy, but the original trilogy. Is it included in that one? Because if it is, I have games to play through, and I will play through them expeditiously. Because what do you mean? How was the concert? It was good. It was so good. Oh my gosh, I have so many things to talk about, and I can't wait to talk about it after I put it all together, because I have to go back and research something because lore happened during the concert, and I don't know if it's canon lore. All right, let's get into this again because I can't believe I'm here. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution would be so kind to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. To think I saw you entering this room a fresh attorney, and now I see you leave in chains. Winston Payne, subtle as ever, I see. The crime occurred at Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer. And he hit him, wham, on the head, smack, killed him cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was? The pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright, a pianist. This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Grape juice. Grape juice. Not wine, but some grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record. Right, I've heard of that. All right, let's take a look. We have my attorney's badge. Smith's autopsy. Time of death was around 2 a.m. April 17th. Cause of death, a single blow to the forehead, which is crazy because your forehead's really strong. Cerebral hemorrhage resulting from blunt force trauma to the forehead. Shoddy Smith. Okay. You know? I don't know what happened here. And the grape juice bottle. Oh. I can spin! This is pretty nice. I like this. He looks like I sleep like this. It's crazy. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right. Just you see. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But who was this Shoddy Smith fellow? I believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. Traveler? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently. His place of residence is unclear. And he had some sort of connection with the defendant? That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the nights of the crime. If only, if they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. The voice you gave Payne is disrespectful. I love it. I hate this. I feel like that's what this man would sound like in my head. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in of itself. Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal. Objection. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
Competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their back wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again. The cards on the table had wrong one, right.
Cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women.
That will be our first order of business here then, to find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendants. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night at the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first child. There goes nothing. And I fumble the bag. This voice reminds me of Squidward's cousin. Please! Please! The competition. Testimony, guys! Testimony time! Let's go! I am pianist by trade, and yet I could hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy. Mr. Right kind of fine though? He reminds me, I'm telling you, he reminds me of like an older version of the blonde guy from The World Ends With You. Him. A pianist who can't play piano.
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend.
Yeah, not rhyme. Beat. Beat's the one I'm thinking of. I just couldn't think of his name. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it.
Are you alright? You're sweating bullets.
Bullets? Where?
It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too.
My brain feels strained and raspy, sir.
You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher?
What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher? In cross-examination?
Yeah, it's been such a long time since I played this game, I'm gonna be real. Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game.
Yes! Teach me! I know nothing! Nothing at all! Brain empty! Smooth, even!
Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. I'm gonna need to put some bass in my boy's voice. Are you talking about Paula's voice? I don't got bass in my own voice. Bass. Look for inconsistencies with the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record with E. Okay, cool.
But I didn't hear anything at all in the testimony just now.
It's a good sign that you need to press the witness with Q for more information. Press him? Press him! Press him! Not smack him. Not smack him. Don't smack him. Don't let the fact that he's a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information. He got cords of steel? He do. He really do. But I feel like cords of steel sounds loud. We gotta stand on business. Isn't Mr. Right my client? Well, I think you can do. Oh my god, I love this man. This man is so fine.
This man is so scrumdelicious. He makes me wanna. Oh God.
Okay, I'm back.
Yes. Thank you, sir. I think I can do it.
I think you'd better. We're going to have a problem. We can have problems. Just remember, find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is a cross-examination. Learn it, know it, and do it. Phoenix Wright, the liar, the fibber. As if Phoenix Wright would never lie. It's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin cross-examination.
Cross-examination!
I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. Alright. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. I like how lost he just looks tired. He just looks like he just want to go home. I too would also want to go home. 2 decks of cards. Yeah, I didn't mean to press that, but yeah. A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip up in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor, each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. As I recall in poker, you make 5 card hands. I could see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. That's all it is. A game and our customers are happy. I don't know about that, but hold on. I feel like there's something here. What's the chips on the table? I feel like this means something. Yeah, I think these are chips. These are just money. Can I present this? How do I present this? But listen, I really look. The thing is like what I want to present. I don't know if I can just do it like that. Okay. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bull Club used to be a gathering spot for the black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past, things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there are a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. A smoky room, gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, Lagoon keeps watch through a small window. I can practically picture it now. That window, does it look like it'd be good for keeping a lookout? It does look like a good... Ah! I cannot read. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. I could not. My brain was not putting the words together. Okay. You can hardly play piano? Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional after all.
Bah! You are to take pride in that statement. It's just hard for an honest, hardworking member of society like me to imagine.
Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
What?
I've played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible? This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently.
That's right! It was a simple game after all.
Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime. Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear the cry of ejection from the defense.
I completely let that one slip by.
Don't despair yet, Mr. Justice.
Sir?
Right. There's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press. And I've got myself a whole new testimony. I pled silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. I have questions! Silence? The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes? Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh? Wait, something you said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now, what was it? When you figured out for... Yeah! Evidence! I have the bottle! The bottle! Oh, the pin. I pretty sure it's the bottle. The pin is ours. Like our little thingy. I better check the court records. Yeah. This, cause this is ours. This is ours. You're good. You're good. No, it's the bottle, right? Right, because if we look at this, right? First off, where the blood? Where the blood at? With his little grape juice. Grape juice! How long has it been since I've drinking grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. White's favorite drink. I wonder how it goes with Schwartz. The bottle is completely empty. So I think I got everything off of it. But what I will say... Not the cap or the top label. This says there's no clues here. I got the bottom one. I got this. Yeah, I think I got whatever I needed from here. Oh, that's not it. Okay, hold on. Can I eat this? I can't imagine Mr. White lying in a testimony. Is it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? Grape juice, the drink of champions? I can drink like white grape juice. This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press yeah. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon. This grape juice bottle, right? So I said. I've been thinking I have something and I never have it. Hi, Baldo. How are you? Hello. Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the bottle in question, you see. And it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints.
Oh, Jack Shana! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling could damage the judge's ears and our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. You cannot tell me the voice I gave him does not fit now. That was so screechy. Objection!
Oh, if they would improve a thing, they were normal. If they were normal fingerprints. But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down.
Upside down? What does that mean?
It means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there can only be one reason for that. Yes. To brain someone with the bottle.
Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worst. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendants! Can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the courts? In reality, this means nothing, but we'll let him have it. Oh. I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who reported the murder to the police? Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that's...
Really? I feel like that should have been a part of my case documents. Hello?
Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene? Near the scene?
Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement, 2 floors down from the ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
Is the restaurant even in business? What is going on here? I see. And this is the phone that made the call? The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative?
Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this.
I think the prosecution has toyed with their clients enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this?
That's a good question! How indeed?
The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness.
You're as good as they say you are.
So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up until now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready?
I'm ready!
The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. The witness will state her... right.
The witness will state her name and profession.
Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness?
I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns.
These are my bird feathers.
Relax.
So I use a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns pointed in your direction, this court will cut them off. Is that a threat?
You are sure?
I swear it's on my gavel. Please come out. Isn't violence against terror a crime, Your Honor?
Well, if you're sure, it's okay.
She's adorable. Now, the prosecution. a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's paraphernalia?
Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
And that would be... My name is Olga Orally. I'm employed as a waitress in Borscht Bowl Club's restaurant. Then why the camera? Oh, of course. It is my pride to serve borscht, that is naming restaurant. But I also perform, how is it said? Other service. I take it's one of these other services taking customers' pictures. Ta-da! Like, for example, this one. That's the defendant.
Indeed, on the night of the murder.
Man in the white hat. The one who's gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim. Order! Order! This is quite a piece of evidence as it to casually drop in our laps. It is the same way I drop cold bowls of borscht on the laps of customers. Casually. Then the court will casually accept this new evidence. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in room... the hideout, we call it. Excuse me, the hideout? It is the room where the famous gangster bad guy was arrested. It's the room where the murder took place. Ah! Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door for you later. I don't like this. Da, da. Photos will be numbered and you will write which ones you want a copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shaddy Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orderly, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events. Testimony! That fateful night. That night, customers asked me to deal cards for the game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. Da. The victim, he plays the whole time with his hands on locket at his neck. With his hand on locket at his neck. Okay, I'm not tripping. Then, last hand is done. But something terrible has happened, da. That man flew at victim is strangling him to death. Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
Objection! That's ridiculous because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice? Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection. But he hasn't lost in 7 years.
Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case in my first 7 years as a prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Chips. Chips, you say? Da. I mean, yes, imagine poker is war. Your hand is your army and the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, my youth was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. I already know what I gotta say! Because what do you mean strangling when he was bopped in the forehead?
That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game.
You were dealing cards? Do you do this often?
Da, I'm doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht cards, more borscht. Is my work.
It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service.
Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where the borscht is as warm as the waitresses.
Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination.
It was cold. Both players play with hats on. Now.
Oh, we're pressing. We're pressing all the way till the end. It's already April. How could it be cold?
At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride in authentic Russian restaurant theme. Outside, it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia.
No way I'm going there.
When it comes to hot borscht,
is it borscht? I think that's how I'm gonna say it.
Cold is the best seasoning, da?
The victim plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Yeah, she says that he jumped over the table and strangled him, but it's like the autopsy reports are like, the autopsy were like, oh no, he got bopped in the forehead. Did he even have a locket on his neck? Hold on. He does have a locket on his neck. But he doesn't have a locket on his neck in the picture where he died. His locket?
I believe it was good luck charm, da? He gripped it many times as he played that night.
Yes. He must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though, if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about. I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket? Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket. Oh. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding?
So what happened next?
The dish was never dropped? She out here. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible? Eek! The defense will refrain from needless shouting. He's sorry.
Oh no, Miss Orly, can you tell us what happened?
Oh, I was so frightened. Nah, I trembled with fear. Yeah, the strangling part. The strangling part don't make no sense. But the defendant would never do such a thing. Well, no, I can't say if I've heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker?
Perhaps it was because the defendant has lost the game? Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it's always So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall.
Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. There are only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Saudi Smith, Wright, and... If Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly. Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Because, you know, normal customers only choke on Boonburst. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Ah! Miss Orly, really now? Did you witness the crime? Ah! Ayo. Ayo, that was smooth. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Yes, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Here the photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation.
Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? His head certainly was hit. I was right! His locket's gone.
But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at the victim, his neck.
Oh, really, Miss Orly? I think I caught you in your own lie this time. Justice. I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think on this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There is such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There is such a thing as thinking aloud too much too. No, I want to know where his locket is. Cause look, it's gone. But he has it on in this photo over here. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? What? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on the locket at his neck, I believe she said.
I hope Your Honor about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar.
No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Because that's me. Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness testimony as is, then the lockets disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It is quite simple when you think about it. If the locket's gone, someone must have taken it off. No? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his lockets. Wouldn't that explain it? Defendants, do you have anything to say to this? I'm gonna need him to speak. Say. Yeah? I just noticed this, but you have some... No, stop! You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh? You mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter?
We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter.
So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Well now, if the result of this poker game had led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost badly.
Miss Orley, will you testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant? Da! Serious competition. Testimony. The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim! For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and loose. The moment lost was decided, defendant grabbed bottle from table and... Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
How many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of a common tale, but true. I missed all that. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright says he hasn't lost a game in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Okay, I will be right back, and I'm going to go grab me a little snackaroo, but I will return. You guys can enjoy a little bit of music in the background, and I will be right back. I lost my thing. Get some water. Get some snacks. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. That was a good way to come back. That was just like the most interesting playlist. Thank you for the pads. I have me a little bowl of snack ready to go, and I'm ready to get back into the competition. All right, serious competition. Witness testimony number 1. Oh, wait. Excuse me. Ah! The game oh, okay. We went through it. All right. So 3,500 chips in it for each man. House chip comes in 2 sizes, small and large. The one who was winning was the victim. That was clear. And for the last hand, the defendant played with all the chips on the table and lost. Last hand. It was the largest points of any hands. The defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind. It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture. I don't know anything about this! It is truly an excellent hand. However, so is the victim's. One with the highest number wins, so the defendant loses. The defendant, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the the victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed him. Excuse me. I believe that explains what occurred next. Once cards lay down on the table, it happens. The moment the loss was decided, because this contradicts your last one. And what happened? Oh, well. Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble that I did not believe such things would happen. Sage! Hello! Welcome in! Hello! Thank you so much for the raid! How are you? How are you? How is your stream? Gotta take care of a few things, IRL. Let me do this. Let me too. Thank you so much for coming by and hanging out. I hope you had an amazing stream. And I hope Baldur's Gate went well. And if you are coming in from Sage's Raid, welcome in. My name is T. I'm a variety streamer, and right now we are playing Apollo Justice for the first time. Thanks to Capcom for providing us the keys. So this is what we're playing today. But definitely take care of what you need to do. I appreciate you coming by and hanging out. It means a lot. I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Please, you must believe. I had no idea. How could such thing occur? What such thing? Niet. The defendant had been hitting victim. I saw it all happen right before me. I saw a bottle coming down on victim's head. Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw every moment of the crime. Remember, your first goal is to gather information. Yes, sir. Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice. He got smacked with the heady with the grape juice. The only thing, though, she says he was strangled. Like, he was strangled, so I don't... Alright. Are those the usual starting points? Were there any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man begins with 3,500 points, and the total would be, exactly 7,000 points. Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. Anything can happen. House chips come in 2 sizes, small and large. All right, let's see. Are these chips in the are the chips in the photo all the chips that were used? Of course. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Yeah, because there's not many of them. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips.
Explain? What is there to be explained?
Tell me about the chips.
Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block. Not a motorcycle. Well, I don't know what that means. Thanks.
Now that I pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars? Rubles even?
Yes. I have been saying before, it was a game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. 2 types of chips, 100 point chip and 1,000 points chip. It is not money da.
Justice. Sir, don't you find her comments interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defendant want the witness to add to her testimony? Yeah, because something about the numbers now don't mean nothing to me. Yes, I do think this deserves a further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this. I do. I know. Very well. Witness, if you would be so kind.
The dollar, Your Honor.
One kind of chip is worth 100 points and the other kind is worth 1,000. 2 kinds in all. Alright. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this means she got him. Mr. Justice, do the court member a favor and think about what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. The 2 types of chips. The small ones are 100 and the big ones are 1,000? Right, of course.
Huh. Don't waste our time.
Is that all? Yeah. Oh, Justice? Please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten after all. I gotta be tripping, right? No. I'm gonna present the picture. And then we'll... Objection! Are you sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure?
It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won, if you're not in kindergarten.
Yeah, because he would have had... Because if there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? They would have... The small ones would have to be worth 1,000. Math! My math is mathing, right? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. So it has 2,800 here, and he has 4,100 here, technically. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points?
Why, the big ones, of course. Duh.
Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up.
The totals?
Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips. The combined total of the value of chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see. 3 plus 1 carries 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and then you add them up.
How much is it?
Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony.
But why? How can this be?
Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. No, they both had to be right because it makes sense. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can be only one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips were the other way around.
What?
You want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones.
Madness. Utter madness.
Show me the photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. I mean, well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it.
But wait. The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing.
Indeed, the victim did have the large number of chips still. Ah, exactly. If the small chips are worth 1,000 and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points and the defendant had 4,100! Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright has been winning that night after all.
That's impossible.
My client had even less of a reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you? Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive. And Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we could trust the witness's testimony. Oh, she screamed objection. That's crazy. Never dropped, stays up, stays straight.
I did not want to say this, but actually, you see, see what, Mrs. Orley? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheats. A cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Wait, or do you mean
A scam?
they're all the same thing?
Yes, there was cheats in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are.
Great. Just great. Fantastic. First, we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case personally has taken a turn. What? For the interesting. Witness, will you please testify to the courts? Tell us about this cheating in the final hands. Okay, before I get into this. Okay, let's do this. The last hand. Both men had a full house. Hi, Blank! Hello! How are you? That is 4 of each card and deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hand, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. I'm enjoying DD, feeling good. How about you? I'm stressed. I feel like I'm like, every time I listen, I think I'm getting something right. I'm wrong. And I'm like, no, I don't want to be wrong. Miss Orley, why did you not tell the courtroom about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. A full house is very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience.
And that alone is enough to suspect a little less than scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? Hey, I got the same question.
Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker?
No, I don't gamble. I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. What is this? Some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice. You know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number make a pair. 3 makes the 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in the photo. Wow, they both have full houses. We forget there is an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. The defense may cross-examine the witness. If he did cheat in the last hand, it still leaves one more important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Whoever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? Okay, the last hand, both men had full house. There's 4 of each card in the deck from ace to king. Okay. And if you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. How is it obvious, though? How is it clear?
Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace.
A 5th ace?
I still remember both hands very well.
Mr. Smith's hands was 3 aces. And Mr. Rice's 2. You out here lying. I've never heard such a big fib. A big lie.
Obviously, cheating was a front, or should I say, a hand.
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please. Nah, because we're catching you in the lie. The lie! I present to you the photo once more. Once more. Objection! It appears the witness is mistaken.
Mistaken? But my name...
Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you have said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice. Perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your fingers to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. Right here, bad boy! Right over here! Right here, buddies, pals. Right there. Presents. Right there. Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. You liar!
Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question.
Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant only had 2 aces in his hand. Where's his 5th ace? I see cheating all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces in total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please! It is true. I've seen it! The 5th ace! That is cheating, I swear to you.
That's odd. She must be lying, yet she is the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin?
Hi, E! How are you doing? Welcome in.
Who knows what lies in store for us at the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I might have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards? The cards? Mr. Payne. Yes? The player's hand that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the courts. Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? If these cards don't prove what cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands was more suspicious? It feels like the defendant's hand was more suspicious, considering she said that he had 3 aces. Let's start with Mr. Wright. Oh, that's not the defendant. I meant the victim. God damn it. The defense would like to view the defendant's hand. Very well. Mr. Payne, your evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, now, let's see what we have here. Right. When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Okay. Had some nasty carpal tunnel over the weekend, but kicking it because it can't happen. Being that I'm a PC gamer, that's not good. I hope we feel better because carpal tunnel hurts. Painful. I had to get a wrist. We had to get a wrist massager to help deal with that. Okay, let's do this. Flip the cards. Y'all. Y'all. The cards are supposed to be blue. Why are they red? Yeah. Your Honor, the defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's hands. Oh my gosh. Justice is always swift. What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is different color.
That's impossible. But I put that card in in Wright's hands.
What was that, Miss Orly? Oh, you cheating little... Ooh.
No, yet. I merely said, I have eek.
Your Honor, Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Ah! Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss Orly? She's the cheater, a professional, I'd wager.
Yeah!
Order! Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. Oh, I mean, of her mistake. Yeah. We need to clear that one. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard.
That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hand.
Ergo, Miss Olga Orderly conspired to cheat not with my clients, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Woo! Woo! The Phoenix Wright games are really fun, and I highly recommend them to anybody who hasn't played them. They're just... I've only played 2 of them out of like the 6, 7, 8, I think there is. It's like 8. But we're playing Apollo Justice now, so this is my first time playing this one, so everything's very new to me. Not only did she cheat, but she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine altercation between her and the victim.
What?
Wait, so you don't mean the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orly, are you? Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident, and if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. Oh, I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orly, of murder. That was smooth. Have you watched the Ace Attorney live action movie? I actually haven't. I didn't know there was live action. Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orly?
It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice? Your Honor, it seems you presented a new possibility to the courts. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What? I did it! I held out! Woo! I see no
point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know, Mr. Wright has talents for the ridiculous. Why are you doing him like that? Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As it was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before.
The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You use different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you're using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix, which means there was cheating.
Yes, a card slips into the deck that would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, Sally. Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder.
Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was
Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? I'm actually a little confused here. Hold on. Because you would think it would have been before the murder, but then you would have seen the cards as they were being dealt, right? Right? It wouldn't have been during the murder. I don't think, anyways. So maybe after the murder? I think after too. I'm gonna go with after. Because it doesn't make, like, a lot of it wouldn't make sense because you would notice that in the middle of it. Perhaps it happens after the murder?
What's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little and impossible.
Oh? Even when the backs of the cards are different color? If you pulled that during the game, then you'd be caught in no time. Ah! Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder.
Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what is the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that?
Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for the blue card? Who? The game and the murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room, alive that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for the blue? Well, she said she did it. Or like, did we all forget that fact just now? Also, I hope you're enjoying Outlast. I know, Outlast is too scary for me. I've definitely tried playing it, and I failed playing it. But I hope you're enjoying it. Why, it must have been Olga Orley who swapped the cards. She was trying to cover up evidence of the cheating. That does make some sense. I don't think she did it. I think she admitted to having the cards swapped. Because she said it was supposed to be in his hands. So I'm wondering... Sorry. But there's a problem with that explanation. Huh? The swap card was from the wrong deck. Yes, a blue card was stuck into a red hand. Mixing a card from the wrong deck when the backs are different colors? Remember that you're talking about Olga Orley. She was the dealer. Do you really think she would make such a novice mistake? True, true, true. Look, Blake, you're thinking. You're thinking. The noggin is noggining. Actually, I have trouble imagining even the judge making that mistake. Give it a little more thought, Apollo. Right. No. What if it was Homeboy? What if it was, what is this? Oh my god, the other guy. The one I've been calling Plankton. Not Plankton. Squidward. Because he was the one talking about it was a blue deck. And he kept presenting a blue deck. Oh, but there's only 3 people in the room. Hi, LL. Hello, hello. Oh my god, was it Phoenix? And why would I do such a thing? Because maybe you were trying to hide the fact that you cheated? That would also make sense, but the swap card was in the victim's hand. No, I really think the one swap the cards was Miss Wright, of course. And well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orley either. What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orley at this point. Did I not name her already? But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe that she would make a mistake of swapping the wrong color card. If the card was swapped during the game, it would have been obvious. Something you'd like to share with the courts, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking about how much fun this all is. I have a straw. Fun? How about confusing? You have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the ones who swapped the card wasn't the defendants, and it wasn't Miss Orley, then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. A new direction? We'll find that indeed. After the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand, and that someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us after that first. Tell us that the first was swapping the wrong colored card, because the one who did the swap didn't know the two colors of the cards being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replacing the fifth ace with the king replaced the fifth ace with this king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in.
But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist.
True, not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night, the scene of the crime.
What? What?
I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright.
We are farmers. Ba-ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum.
This trial has proceeded on one central assumption. Namely that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. Hi, Candace. How are you feeling? The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the courts. We're playing Apollo Justice, which is part of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney series. How was work? I suppose yes. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for the brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes. Love your hair. Thank you. I'm almost finished dyeing it. I need to put more blue in it so then it'll be the color I actually want. April 20th, 11:52 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim that there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you know the answer to that. No. Listen. Sometimes it looks like Phoenix Wright. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice.
Yes, sir.
I'ma just, where am I at? Wait! Oh my god, Luna! Welcome in and thank you so much for the raid! How are you? Teddy streamer, and today we're playing Apollo Attorney, Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Thanks to Capcom again for the key. How was your stream? I'm not embarrassed. Don't clip this. I gotta hide my shame. But how are you? How is stream? How is game? I'm running, I'm hiding, I'm crying. Oh my gosh. I missed what you were playing. Let me solve my let me solve my problems. Oh my gosh. This is so good. If you guys are following Luna, you guys should. 100%. Baldur's Gate! How was Baldur's Gate? Are we continuing adventures or did we start new adventures? Also, Alex, thank you so much for the 1,000 biddies! How are you? Are you back from work? How is work? Oh my gosh, I can't. Apparently, my things aren't working again. It's good. It's my first playthrough and I'm so lost. Same. That was me during any part of... No! Not the fun in 4K! Ah! No! Oh no. Oh no. It's me. I'm in shambles. It was, oh my gosh, no. But Baldur's Gate's one of those games that I definitely get really lost in, but it's so much fun. And when you get deeper into it, it's really good. Just got the kiddos, need a nap for work. Definitely take a nap, get a lot of rest. Hopefully you're getting a lot of sleep before you go to work. Oh my gosh, no. I'm here for Karlach and Karlach only. I'm with you. I'm with you. But I'm also... But I'm also not opposed to romancing like everyone, but Karlach is my number one. If I had to choose between all of them, everybody has to go but Karlach. That's my tiefling mommy right there. I'm in. Everybody got it. The trenches are for everyone else but me. Oh my god. That's so good. The judge has summoned me to his chamber, so carry on without me. I'm so down bad for this man. If I had to choose someone to spend the rest of my life with, I'm choosing my buff mommy. Exactly. How you kicking your little feet? Twirling your little hair? Mm-hmm. I understand. Now we notice! You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. The locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's the picture of my daughter in there. She's so cute! Ah! I'm just surprised to hear that you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her in one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago, what I did. I don't. I'm blind. All right, to anything that happened before this, okay? I personally did not witness none of it. So, can I get a refresh rate, please? Also, definitely play Nier Automata. I'm begging. I'm pleading. I'm on my knees. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I literally have like a shrine above my desk for just Nier. It's so good. I will sing its praises forever. It's not unreasonable for you to think that I might cheat. I never, honest, but it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you could be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Huh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponents. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? I didn't, because I wasn't reading that deep into it. But you know what? As a lawyer, maybe I should be reading into it that deep. I'm about to get the lawyer fit. If y'all see me come in a blazer next time, I'm taking my job seriously. I'm not passing the bar, but we're trying our best. No, come on, who noticed that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? Oh, but you will soon. Ah, I almost forgot. One more thing about this case. You should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. Huh? I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. I was doing poorly to begin with. All right, I'm a below average lawyer. What do you mean to be continued? This has to be the most craziest first case. I feel like I'm playing like Phoenix Wright for the first time. And if you never played Phoenix Wright, that first case, I was like, huh? Oh, man. April 20th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. We're no longer in number 3, guys. We're in number 2. Courts will now reconvene. Hazard witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again.
That's the thing, you see. She's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. As she should. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and an even poorer loser. Not. Name's Olga Orley, and that's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orley. I don't know about quick fingers, but Oh. Oh, really? Want to know something else? Thank you so much for the lyric. Enjoy your food. I'm not really Russian. My last name sounds like oh really. Oh, it's oh. Aha ha. Aha. Oh girl, oh really. Aha ha ha. I thought it was orally. There. That's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. And the pants are panting. Witness. You will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. I do call myself Quick Fingers. Canis! Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. The guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wrights. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, if we set up a trap of sorts, I was to plant a card in Wright's pockets beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When the hands were revealed, Smith would crawl them out and search Wright. There's a lot going on here in this photo. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. Switching to PC sounds good. Make sure you eat, please. You swap the cards. Exposed to the cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt upon all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. Phoebe! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Sprout Fam. I hope you enjoy your time here with us. How are you doing? That was the plan. Oh, really, O'Reilly? I'm good working on color sketches today. You're next. I'm so excited! Oh my gosh, I've been looking forward to it. I was literally just thinking about it the other day. And then I seen the one that Luna posted recently, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to see my baby. She's gonna be so cute. I hope the sketches are coming out well, and I hope you're eating, snack, hydrate, please. That's all I ask. It appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree the trap was elegant, yet what happened to that planted card? Hey! That's right! He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by old Quick Hands. Oh, really? Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute. Who wants to be cute? Me. I want to be cute. I had breakfast and I have a little Coke I'm drinking right now. Good. I'm glad. I'm not cute. I'm bad. Baddie. You hear me? Bad. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. The best laid traps. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up the bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was the no good cheating defendant. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves most of us in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect. If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking! Well, the testimony, from what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? That night, I planted the card like a... How did you even plant the card? This planted card. Which card was it exactly? The trump card. The 5 of hearts. Let me guess. Mr. Wright was supposed to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, hereby ruining his legend. I slid into Wright's pockets. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borschtable Club, we served borscht and suckers. Remind me to never go there. Of course, the card was supposed to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht. A good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. But why would you search him if he lost? So everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. But why did you search him in the first place? The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card. The 5 of hearts. Gone. Without a trace. Poof. Zippo. We searched every nook and cranny. Even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found. Is this correct? Never in my long storied career. Never has quick fingers really been so readily duped. Oh, really? So what happened to that 5 of hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. Oh, she's like touching her hair here. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing. Which means he didn't cheat. Which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well... What was that just now? I sensed something. I don't know why it scared me. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Hell yeah, we're pressing her harder! Miss O'Reilly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You? Me? Quick fingers O'Reilly hide something? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. Yeah, she's touching her hair again. She's touching her hair again. This is suspicious. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? I am now. Touching her neck, was it? Whoa, what's going on? The sensation is coming into focus. There, that twitch is so clear. It's like I can perceive her habits like I couldn't before. I'm perceiving her intensely. Oh. Miss O'Reilly, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get into a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck. So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. Memory. Would someone like to care what he's babbling about? This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us. Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would be reminding her of the moment of the crime? Miss O'Reilly, whenever you recall the night, whenever you recall the crime, the night of... Whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason why behind this habit of yours. And I believe the weapon that's left... I believe that the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. Can I get closer? Like, am I not allowed to... Wait, hold on. Can I... Okay. Thank you for getting your daily cup of tea. I want to say it's the locket, but it's the locket or the card. Oh, but he's wearing the locket in this photo, maybe, yeah? Humph. Of course not.
You want a habit, Mr. Justice? I'll show you habits.
Ugh. Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So it would remind her most of the moment of the crime. Have a good night. Get lots of rest and hopefully work goes well for you. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Is it this? Is this the weapon? I believe the weapon of that. Oh, the weapon that I left it in. But she's also talking about cards. So is it the cards? I'm gonna give it like this one, and then I'm gonna put the bottle. It's gonna be this and then the bottle. Shit. Ugh. Okay. Could it be this? Is it still this? I feel like it might be this. Oh man, I'm just fumbling. I'm gonna go with my first gut instinct then. Unless I failed. It has to be the actual weapon, right? Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more about the moment than this bottle? The murder weapon. I knew it. How I fumbled that hard, I will never... Ah! What? But something doesn't fit. If you were the only witness to the crime, why would that make you touch the back of your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about?
What's he talking about now?
It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you.
This is not a cross-examination. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness habits? They're completely irrelevant.
Justice. I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later, just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss O'Reilly, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment.
Yes! I am doing nothing.
Now her going back into the clothes. We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please, now. Bah! Fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at the table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. Is basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
What's that?
Well, show us the evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. No, where is that? It's the phone though. Miss O'Reilly, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by the report from the defendants. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borchstable Club. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Check his pockets. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me. You, some master of cheating you turned out to be. Alex, thank you for the 35 biddies. I thought you were going to bed. When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Huh. I just wanted to empty the biddies. Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, where does this leave us?
Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with a model, and I'm imagining all of this.
It appears our prosecution is at its wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that, as defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss O'Reilly a big, fat liar.
What?
3 were in the room the night of the murder. The defendants, the victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of the argument was murder.
What? I didn't. No, I'm not the killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me.
Where did you even get on the stand? What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright? I didn't even know he was in the room. Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right. Like Mr. Wright was saying before the recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of that card were being used. A 4th person.
This theory again. Your 4th person doesn't exist.
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to the court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal. And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Remember what I said. The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color of the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our courts who thought those cards were blue. Am I right? Oh my gosh. Is it? I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me, I swear.
Who is this 4th person? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards in the final game were being used being blue? How far back can I go? Because I think I said it earlier. I was all like, he said the cards were blue. Apollo, do you seriously think that? Yes. Am I tripping? I think I'm seriously confused. Never mind. Maybe I am wrong. I almost missed it myself. But it doesn't do anyone good to turn their eyes away from the truth. Does it? What? Mr. Gavin? You don't mean Christoph Gavin. You were the 4th person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor, or the table. But look, you can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It is true the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. It was only that, a game, in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue I didn't even catch that! Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? No, nothing. Excuse me. It was just so sudden. Right. You're seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know, even I'd never take a joke this far.
This has gone far beyond ridiculous. Beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder.
I assure you, I'm quite sane.
But what possible connection should Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, well, but Mr. Gavin and the victim never even met.
Well, what did they have? Huh? There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin, testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss O'Reilly. Am I to presume that you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you.
Yeah, you made mistakes!
Mr. Justice, the matter of Mrs. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, 100% we do. Also, hi, Jay. Hello, how are you doing? I do, in fact, plead oopsie daisy on the count of my bad. Also, do you know the Muffin Man? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Sprout Fam. Hope you enjoy your time here with us today. How are you doing?
This is Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the courts.
Et tu, Justice?
You would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth.
Oh, I'm fumbling the bag, Jay, left and right, but we're getting through it.
Very well. The defense, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please.
I thought that said bon appetit before murder, and I was like, wow, are we just eating? Let's go, guys. Hello, how are you? It's nice to have you in here today.
That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Johnny Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. That's crazy. Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borstable Club the night of the murder? I dined with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then. And now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice.
Sir!
He's lying, and you're going to expose him.
Understood, sir.
Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? Why can't any of my first trials ever be normal?
Bon appetit!
Alright. We sat at the table in this photograph. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin. Yes, he dines with me at Borstable Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So the plates and such on the table are from your dinner?
Indeed. The remnants of my meal with Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours. Then Kristoff left. After that... Shoddy Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. Then the trap failed. Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. But wasn't he already gone? You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get signaled down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was in the middle of the night after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. Hold on. Okay, yeah. The 2 a.m. makes sense. Blood streaming from the cut on his forehead. Okay. I just have questions. And when you returned, the victim was already dead? Question mark? Dead, yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. A little? He was bleeding from his forehead after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. And that's when I made another phone call to the Vince attorney, Gavin. Okay. "5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time? That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure."
Hee hee hee. Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Kristoff, Gavin, and Shoddy Smith may have met?
I believe I did say that.
Here I was all nervous about this meeting. And now here they just passed in the hall.
That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happens. Come on, Mr. Wrights. What are you hiding this time? Oh my gosh. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga O'Reilly mentioned. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. It's to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand. And then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. Oh my gosh! Was Kristoff supposed to be the one? Wait. He swapped the cards! Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
A quirk?
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted! Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice that I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle.
An empty bottle of grape juice?
The murder weapon! Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. A battle of wits between deceiver and the would-be deceived. It sounds like terrific drama. A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Mr. Wright, the poker head of the courtroom number 3 proves that this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. But the bottle's empty. It wouldn't be in this one. Objection! There's nothing in there. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No. What, Mr. Wright? Surely isn't all you have to say for yourself. I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps the 5th person came and took it out. Oh, and a 6th person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor.
I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing.
So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? I'm so curious. Oh my gosh. In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner at the table. Okay. Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what was coming. Oh, so you struck first. I like that. I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least when you get lucky, you stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously got involved in a rather sticky affair. And I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Ah, glad you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friends. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Ray is talking about? Okay, I'm just gonna take a look at a couple of things, right? He sat here. Alright, lots of bottles. Okay. Wait. Hold on. It's not the bottle. I'm so confused. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna take like a little risk here, but it seems because he said he could see his forehead bleeding, but he had his hat on, so how did he even see his forehead bleeding?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may, yes. Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Oh, I did something! Good point. Justice. Next time you point out inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put the hat on his head. Huh? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it throughout our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view, shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head.
Why'd you do such a thing like that?
All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Missa really didn't see it. It's being the victim's, his head. I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin. Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through the case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin. This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well... Oh. You certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone? Mr. Wright, if you intend to tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. When I noticed the trap, put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. Reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? Is it pate? Plate? It wasn't you, was it? Me, please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Bone china. Oh, so it was a typo. I was like, pate. A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny, and not Okay. Maybe it wasn't a typo, and not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Wait a second, something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club. Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate? Oh, that's right! Yes, that was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix, right? Order! I will have order, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony?
As the prosecutor, I...
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which, Mr. Gavin will take stand for cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well. This will be the final recess for the day. That's crazy. April 20th, 2:32 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who would have thought today would turn out like this? May I? Oh! It's his daughter! What? Hello, sir. Please pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely and the game is yours. That's all. An ace. Where do I remember that card from? Mr. Smith's hand was 3 aces and Mr. Wright's was 2. It's 5 aces in all. It is true, I have seen it, the 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. The missing 5th ace! Wait, this blotch of red, is this blood? You have your trump card. It's now up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. Now, if you see me in the fit in a month, don't judge me. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth. I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. Didn't you just say my dad? That's when I made the connection. Ah! Are we even allowed to do that in court? Like actual court? Just throw evidence. Cue. Court would now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. No, Mr. The witness state his name and occupation.
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secrets beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing you mean the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is this about? What is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
I wouldn't call it inordinate. Oh, the song! Oh, I love the song. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright, what do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore a hat all night, never once taking it off except for that one time. That one time, being the instant he was hit. Oh! When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer. Is what you're trying to say? Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Gavin? I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
What?
Oh, I assure you, I have the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my clients, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally! Hey, you may begin your testimony, buddy boy. Tell us, how were you involved with the events of that fateful night?
That fateful evening.
The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. The bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright, holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed it was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. So, you witnessed the murder. For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense attorney. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your clients. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you did? You had to tell them how you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that because that was the only probable window of opportunity, right, Apollo? Oh! Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin! Ah! This trial is getting weirder and weirder. That fateful night.
Hold it!
That man? You mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say... I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that. So you do the true nature of your client's job? Of course. But I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then? Huh. Okay, the window is open. Okay, the guy does look a little serious here. It must have been right after the murder took place. How did you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout justice. I was just getting to that part in my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West we all know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and the overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene. Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along to replace his hat.
Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
I'm just curious. Those are the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw at least.
Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police?
2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. There must have been someone else there at the moment of the true crime. Justice. I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah, yes, this mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hands? Perhaps you could show us a reason such things would be necessary. It's my time. I'm bringing it out. I think this is all I can bring out. I'm gonna be real with you. I can't think of anything else right now. Wait. Also? Okay. My reason is, this. Is that an ace? Why? It's got blood on it! Right next to the spade! What?
This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be the missing fifth ace?
Let's go! Inconceivable. How could you?
What are you doing with that card?
Well, that's the thing.
Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borch the Bull Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade after all.
Objection!
No! Impossible! Unacceptable! The court can't accept this evidence. It's fraud. A fraud? How could you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who can claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Ah! Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take a card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now, I've told you. The one drop of blood would be decisive evidence, you see.
Objection!
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless!
Objection!
I assure you it's quite based. What? It's amazing, really. How can a single drop of blood on a card lead us to the truth? The truth! It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yeah, this is definitely my case. Try picturing the scene of the crime. Oh, in my head, okay. The murder took place in the hideouts. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table, and before the killer swapped the card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with the scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses. Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody car? It would be the victim, actually, right? Because his head's tilted back, right? Well, isn't the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look at the victim with shotgun head setting him back in his chair. You think that any blood would have fallen behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Ah! Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in his position, then the blood would have fallen on the floor, not the cards. Why, it's right! So what does this mean? I'm here. Incidentally, we were sitting on swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Oh. It's saying recreate the crime scene, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh. The chair is facing the other way. Oh! would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back into the room, the body was facing as seen in the photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. Now knowing the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder, but this creates another significant contradiction.
Again.
Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? Okay, hold on. Hold on, I gotta go back. Okay, it's two options. It has to be his, because that means he couldn't have seen from this little window. This is like, okay, I'm gonna get real technical, right? From playing a lot of game, right? So your field of vision would only be here, right? But then also the killers doesn't make sense. This makes sense. They also make sense. You feel wrong. What doesn't make sense is the second witness. You mean to say I don't make sense? No, of course you do, sir. As I thought. Okay, so it wasn't. So then it would be the killer, right? Mr. Justice, I'm a little hard of hearing. Did you just say something? Would you be so kind enough to show the court one more time what you mean? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? It would be Phoenix's, right? It would be. Right? Because he would have had to be over here somewhere. The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I think it'd be quite hard, yes.
Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game?
I believe it is sufficient to, I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. There's no room to put a mark where the killer should be? Exactly. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we have to find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? The killer had to be standing, well, here.
You get points for flair, but that's all you get. I hardly need to point out the standing there would be impossible. The victim is placing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the victim climbed the cupboard and hit him from above?
It's simple logic, really. If this is the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that the very moment of the crime. Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. Oh, that gave me chills. I got chills down my leg. I didn't even think about that concept. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for this defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Ah, Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then his cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction. In fact. Huh? Oh dang! Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is the victim, the killer, the witness, or the second witness? It's young, this one right here! About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah! That's right! Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What? What did you say? Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, well, the window to that room was blocked by the cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the courts. Exactly where did you witness the scene of the crime from? Ah! Excuse me, Your Honor. Order! This is the court of the law and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borch Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideouts, Your Honor. Oh? And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there's a secret passage behind it. What? Ah, yes. I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it. A secret passage is handy when things, a thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. Me? Sweat pain, sweat. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen his victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Say something! Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we could probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Ah! Eee! What? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Olga O'Reilly was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shoddy Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then, our killer stepped out of the secret passage into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course. He realized he needed to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cars on the floor. And the facts that they were all red. Pieces to watch about eating cheeses. I hope the cheeses taste good. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry that I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne!
Yes, Your Honor.
The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion.
What?
Believe me when I say that I do not believe this is happening. I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid the circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I'd rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Hi, Nico. Your points, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for your jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put blame on someone else. And not just anyone else. Me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence.
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course, this bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking? How did you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints, am I right, Mr. Payne?
Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down.
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court in this case demand an explanation. I'm here for my spot of tea by the sea. That's so cute. I'm having an amazing day. I can only think of one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. I don't have a bottle to test this theory with. I do, actually. Right? So I hold my bottles randomly like this, but that's just me. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor. Ah, see how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes. Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah, just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanations is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice? Mr. Kappa said that the court, in this case, demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense will care to enlighten the court? What evidence do you have and explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? Is it because that's how you pick up a bottle? Right. So imagine I'm picking up a bottle from inside of a crate, right? No, because you can also just pick it up like this. Like this. But I'm also a person to be like this. Okay, but also, okay, so this is like a really random thing, right? But notice how the bottles are behind him. Imagine you're grabbing it. So the same way you would hold the bottle like this is the same way you would grab a bottle from behind. But maybe I'm overthinking it, but that's exactly how you would grab a bottle from behind, as if it was upside down. So you wouldn't grab it like this because you're not grabbing it like this. Like if you're grabbing it from the opposite way to bring it forward, right? You would grab it upside down. Because then if you end up holding it like this. But I'm really overthinking it. But I think it might be this picture. Cause like just imagine where he's sitting for a moment, right? Right? If I am him and I am sitting this way and I grab bottle from behind me like this to bring it forward, that's an upside down. But I think I'm overthinking it. Cause it says it's in plain sight. No, I'm overthinking it really hard. He said it's obvious. I don't think it's as obvious as you think it is.
And he's like, it's obvious. I still think this might be the answer, but like, I'm gonna try it, and then if it's not, I'm gonna cry. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor. Oh my god, I'm not crazy, right? Excuse me, on the floor? Yes, now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. Am I a genius? Oh my gosh. Ah! See, you naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Oh my gosh, I feel so smart right now. Look at this photograph taken the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. I can't believe I'm crazy. Recall our dinner that evening, Kristoff. I was drinking my usual juice then too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Which would explain why the card's not in the bottle. Oh my gosh. Order! What do you have to say for these charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. I'm struggling. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof? Proof? Oh, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht de Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What are you gonna do, dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably would have made such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear any trace of anything. Say Apollo. Yes. Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright? That bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. I was right! Oh! 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 Ah! Oh! There's something inside! Pop that bad boy open. What's this? That card! It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga O'Reilly? Yes, our little swindling Devochka. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost his hand like he was supposed to. The Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. That's right! That's right! Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony. I happened to put the card in my pocket. Oh, my hand in my pocket and found the card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me.
I threw the card inside the bottle. The 5 of Hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person at the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. The food. Look at y'all smug. Papa. And that is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? Is it tete-a-tete? Is it tete-a-tete?
This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone?
I believe this time we finally come to an end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Rice, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith, his occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure. That's all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright. Yes? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and as a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney, you, Apollo. Me. This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright. Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce the verdicts. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright,
Not guilty!
Woo! Like I've been on a roller coaster. Court is adjourned. April 20th, 4:28 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Thanks, Apollo. You came through just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. I really didn't. I was really stumbling. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer. I couldn't have done it myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness. Is it true? Man, that little eye thing was crazy. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find out the answer to that question yourself. The answer... Right. Today was full of questions without answers, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have to commit murder? Perhaps we'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture's in your locket. She's so cute! Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Eh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury! 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 You testified! You said the locket was yours! I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but the distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside of it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Ah? You mean at the Wright & Co. Law Offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but you're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached a sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? Man, I'm gonna have to get, do I even have the trilogy on PC? Ugh. If I don't, I'm gonna have to get it at some point. I am not qualified to stand in the court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence that struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. It's this, right? The scene? I think it's this, because this looks too perfect. Or maybe you didn't notice. I don't think I did. I have to be like, guess that wasn't it. No matter, I'll tell you. It was this. The card that the girl gave me. Frankly, this couldn't have been found at the scene of the crime. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in his place. Lucky for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's fraud! I could only one person who could have claimed it was a fraud. Okay, well, okay, I guess that makes sense. It technically makes sense. I understand. I do need the lore. I feel like I missed so much and now I'm playing a game that's just too far into the future. So now I have to figure out like exactly what has happened between the games I played and now, and then go through with it. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? I'm so in the dark! Did I slap him? Holy shit. Oh, I punched him. He's even worse. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that," next time. Take that! I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. With the police standing right there, I feel like I should have got arrested, but I mean... With that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. That's still crazy to me. Oh my god. Let's go! We finished episode 1! Oh my gosh, that was so good. That was so good. I feel like my feelings are like left and right now, but that was delicious. That was yummy. All right. So with that, I think we could call it a day. Oh my god, that was so good. I can't get over it. Let me put on the Crime City jazz real quick. Oh, holy. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. That was fun. That was so fun. I can't wait to play again. As far as everything else goes, tomorrow we are going to be playing some more a Space for the Unbound. We're going to see how far we can get. And see about getting closer to completing the game. I believe we're like either a quarter or almost halfway through the game. So we're pretty far. So good job, Attorney C. Thank you. It was so, oh my gosh. The things I was thinking of, I was like, I have to think outside the box, right? I'm glad having a bottle in my hand really solved my problems, but that was so crazy. That was so crazy. But oh my gosh, I can't. Oh, my cheeks, my cheeky roonies. It was so fun. So we're gonna continue with Space for the Unbound and get closer to finishing that game. Once we finish that game, we will continue Apollo Justice and start heading further into that game, and then as well as Cult of the Lamb. And then I am going to line up the games that I'm going to play next because I am setting up my Switch. So we will have Grandia coming up soon. So we will have a long play RPG in the works. But I'm about to go on a deep dive through some Ace Attorney. Because that was just so wild to me. I feel like I'm so lost on lore that I need to figure out if I even have the games to play through them all now. Cause I don't think I have them, any of them, anymore. So I'll have to put those on my like Steam wish list. Cause there's the Chronicles and then there's the trilogy. So if it's part of the trilogy, then I need to play. Oh gosh. So yeah, those are the things that are coming up. If you guys aren't a part of the Discord, you guys want to be a part of the Discord, keep updated with everything that I'm doing. I am posting announcements more often about videos, etc. Definitely come hang out, say hi. And if you guys want to keep up with all of my other stuff that I'm doing, especially on TikTok, YouTube, etc., all of my socials can be found here. Definitely come through. And definitely check everything else out. We are gonna raid out to peoples. Who are we reading out to today? Who are we reading out to today? Ooh. Let's see. We'll go raid Asuna. They're currently playing some Monster Hunter, and they just started a stream, so we'll go ahead and pass this over there. This VOD will be up later this week if you guys were able to watch the entire thing, and I will hopefully be working on trying to get part 2 of Twin Mirror up, as well as working on a video that kind of covers what happened in Twin Mirror from beginning to end, and so there will be like a more cohesive overview of the game coming soon. So just get ready for that. Anything else that I can think of at the moment? I don't think so. So with that, let's go ahead and get the raid going. I will be live tomorrow, like I said, I'll be live for some more A Space for the Unbound, and hopefully we'll make some progress. And then I think as far as the Space for the Unbound goes, we'll do a few hours of A Space for the Unbound if I can get on early enough, and if we have time afterwards, we might do some more Cult of the Lamb later. So just kind of keep a heads up for that as well. I don't have any other announcements yet, other than that there is going to be new stuff coming soon. So I'll probably have more. I will have more announcements later in the week. But thank you guys again. I love you guys. Appreciate you guys. And I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day. Check out my YouTube channel. It's up now. I finally did it after like 2 years. But I love y'all.